course, I decide that I want only to share with the university this type of information, not all. So thanks to this service, the university is secure, the customer is secure, and at the end, we have created trust one with each other. Okay, thank you very much for your time. I don't know if you have any question. For me, it has been a pleasure to be here after a long time without face-to-face conferences, so I'm very happy. And of course, if you have any question regarding authentication, I'm more than happy to answer you. We have 1 minute or maybe for one question, so please let me know. Okay. If not, thank you very much. Thank you.
eh, eh, eh. A ti te llega ahí, ¿verdad? Ey, hola, ey, hola, ey, hola, ey, hola. Ey, hola, ey, hola, hola, hola. Ey, hola, ey, hola. Hola, ¿me escucháis? Algo me está llegando porque oigo ruido. Pero que digo que oigo ruido. Entonces lo tienen abierto, pero no está. Ey, hola, pero por lo que veo, o alguien no está allí o no tiene voces o lo que sea porque no me oyen. Hola, ¿me oís? ¿Me oís muy bajito? Hola, 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 hola. Dice que me oyen muy bajito. Sí, la verdad es que no te digo nada mal. Mejor que ayer, de hecho. Vale, vamos a intentar subiros un poquito. Ahora mejor, ¿verdad? Vale, perfecto. Vale, de acuerdo. Pues el audio de momento lo tenemos para los dos. Ya sabéis, no tocan... Sí, dime. Correcto, eso es. De Adas Homes. Eso es, con las nubes de fondo. Sí, correcto. Pues entonces estamos. A vosotros, ya sabéis, no toquéis nada y para adelante. ¿De acuerdo? Suerte. A vosotros. Hola. Hola, hola. Lo mío sí tendrá. ¿Les puedes llamar para volver a hacer la prueba? Espera, espera, creo que me oyen. Ahora me oís, ¿verdad? Vale, mira, nos llegaba un poquito bajito para lo que era yo en control de sonido, que soy el que está hablando con vosotros, lo tenía más o menos bien, pero para lo que es el VMix sí que es verdad que para lanzarlo luego está un poco bajito. Entonces, a ver si lo podéis subir vosotros un poquito, por favor. De margen.
Puedo subir yo un poquito más, ¿eh?
Yo lo oigo más o menos igual, la verdad. De hecho, hasta diría que un poco más. Yo te oía mejor antes. Ahora te digo un poco saturado quizá, pero. Vale, no subáis más porque ya de hecho incluso dale una pesetita menos para abajo porque yo estoy ya saturando. Vale, ¿ves? No tanto quizá. Algo intermedio de lo que has hecho, ¿vale? Sube un poquito ves subiendo si quieres poco a poco y yo te digo hasta dónde está bien para que no sature. A ver. Bueno, vale. Ahí se oye mejor. ¿Te vale a ti? Es verdad que llega bastante bajito. A ver, sube un poco más, por favor. Sube un poquitín más, porfa, antes de que empiece a saturar. No, ya no subas más porque ya empieza a escucharse mal. Vale, pues ahí tenemos de margen. Vale, pues quedaros ahí. Muchas gracias, chicos. Suben más, al final lo que sigue es roto y saturado porque ellos ya no tienen más margen.
Lo que tengo que hacer va a ser hacer un mix para hacer otro canal mío y subirle por ahí ganancias.
Si te da tiempo a hacerlo y no tienes problema, hazlo.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to South Summit. We are starting demos in the demo stage. So if you can hear me, if you are in the food area and you can hear me, please come here because I'm going to show you an incredible demo about how we sell real estate using 3D models, using special effects, and using mixed reality. So I don't have a lot of audience yet, but how many of you in the audience are homeowners? How many have purchased a home? All right, so we have some homeowners. So as you know, buying a home is all about trust. Typically, you start on a website and you start seeing pictures of your future home. You see renders, videos, pricing. But that's not enough to make a purchase decision. To make a purchase decision, you need to talk to someone. You need to have a conversation with a real person. And this is particularly true if you are buying new build construction. It's probably one of the most important decisions, purchases in your life, and you're going to buy something that does not exist in the real world yet. My name is José Luis Leiros. I am the CEO at Live Virtual Tours, and we are the only company in the world that is able to sell homes from a TV studio, combining 3D models and a real person. And we do that very, very, very effectively. Hola, Jorge. Welcome. Thanks. Please, gather, come here, sit around. It's going to be an awesome demo. So we are going to be showing you a demo today, and that's why we have on the other side our colleague Alisa. Alisa, can you hear us? Thanks a lot for joining us, guys. We're going to be connecting in a minute with a TV studio in the center of Madrid. I believe I have Alisa here with me already, right, Alisa?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we all can hear you, and we're very, very excited to show all the audience how we combine 3D models and a real person to sell real estate. So Alisa is going to show us development in Costa del Sol. Alisa, take it away.
Okay, perfect. So guys, the first thing to line is the live photo, and we'll see the green.
Alisa, I'm afraid that we are having some trouble with the audio. I hope the technical team can solve it. That's what happens in demos, right? We could, go the easy way and just bring a presentation here or a video, but we're connecting live with a TV studio in the center of Madrid. Let's hope the sound works. Otherwise, we have obviously a B and a C plan, so don't you worry. It's going to be a great experience anyway. Alisa, can you try again with the audio?
Okay, can you hear me better now?
Yeah, that works a bit better.
Okay, then that's all right. Okay.
So we are now experiencing the wonderful network connectivity. We have okay, now we can see you, Alisa. It's a bit, the connection is not the greatest ever. How are you today?
I'm fine, thank you.
Good. So I believe you're going to tell us everything about Sol Marbella, right?
Exactly. Today I'm going to go here.
Alisa, because we're experiencing some trouble with the sound, we're going to improvise because we're great improvisers, right? So I think I'm going to do the talking and you're going to be showing us around, okay? So let's go to the area. Yeah, let's go to the area where you explain the project. So typically we divide our projects into 3 parts. We start by talking about the location, then we describe the project in detail, and finally comes the most spectacular part, which is when we go inside life of the 3D model. So now you can see Alisa here acting as the weather girl, and behind her you can see that she can explain to all our customers all around the world where Sol Marbella is located. Obviously, there are customers that know very well the area, and some others that don't. So we customize every tour to the needs of our client. Normally, we use this communication via Zoom, and it's very fluid. The sound and the image. Today, we're using vMix and the network of South Summit, and we're doing the best we can. At least, we're doing a live demo with you guys. So after showing the location, we are going to pretend that this customer knows the area pretty well. Comes the second part of the tour where we explain, thanks for cutting the mic, where we explain the project in detail. And here, our customer representative shows all the renders. And these renders are similar to the ones that you may find in the website. What is the difference? That you can ask questions anytime to the presenter. And she will answer you, she will show you the different phases, she will show you what's available, what's not available. And in general, in this conversation here with the client, we understand very well what the client needs precisely. We're going to end the second part of the tour here, and we're going to move on to the most spectacular one, which is when we go together live to the 3D model. And again, we are the only company in the world that is able to do this in real time. So Alisa, it's a pity that we cannot be talking because of the audio issues, but you're here somehow with us. And we are going inside live to Seoul, Marbella. What you're seeing is a 3D model generated by an Unreal Engine, the same engine that uses Fortnite. And we can see live Alisa inside of the model. Hi, Alisa. Can you say at least hi? So we say that. All right. So she's walking inside of the model, and she can have a conversation with the customer. By the way, let's do this a bit interactive. Hi there in the audience. What's your name? I didn't get your name again. Sorry. Ariane, what would you like to see? A villa, or would you prefer to see actually an apartment? Okay, so we're going to go live to see a villa. And so we're going to fly through the space to make this a little bit more interactive. Thank you. We're going to see actually the Villa 9A. And here you can see that we just bring the customers and show them exactly what they are interested in. Here you can see this villa that actually has been already sold, like all the villas in this project. It's been done great in sales. And you can see the pool and all the volumes. And now Magic, Alisa, who was previously in the pool, is now live in real time in front of the villa. And we're doing this from a TV studio in the center of Madrid. Alisa is in front of a green screen, and we're using software to insert Alisa inside of the 3D model. And we've been doing this very successfully for the last couple of years. We're going to have a bit of a tour inside of the home, so we can go perhaps to the living room. And here we can see Alisa inside of the living room, really spacious. And of course, we can show our clients different options in real time. I'm going to ask more questions, but this time I'm going to try not to bump into anything. Hi, sir. There's some options in the kitchen. Would you like the kitchen in light colors, or would you like them darker, or maybe wood? Wood. Okay, so we are interested in wood. So just with a voice command, you're gonna see how we can put it in wood option. So as you can see, our customers can decide in real time how they want their house, and there's no barrier whatsoever. Anyone with their voice, they can just choose the options that they like most. Alisa, how about we see some of the bedrooms and restrooms? And by the way, if anyone has a question, I believe there's someone with a microphone over here, and you can feel free to join the conversation. Since Alisa, because of the other problems, cannot participate as much, you're all welcome to participate. Let's go and see one of the bedrooms, perhaps. All right, so we are finishing the area of the kitchen, and now when this timeline ends and we're going to see Alisa again, we're going to be actually ready. Hi, Alisa. Nice to see you again. We are ready to go to one of the living rooms. I think there's one downstairs, right? So now we see here one of the guest toilets. We are still in the lower part of the villa. And we're going to walk inside of this guest bedroom in the lower part, which has its own bathroom, and it has views actually to the area of the pool. So we are using this consistently to show experiences to our customers. We are normally 45 minutes on average showing our homes to our customers. They have lots of questions that we answer live, and it's really a great tool to build trust among the clients. By the way, while I show you this, I'm going to share with you also that we have a different technology where we can insert Alisa not only inside of 3D models, but also inside of videos. So if the house is already built, we are able to record a video with a drone, with normal cameras, and we can place Alisa inside. Okay, so we went all the way upstairs, where we're seeing the optional pool, and we can see Alisa in the terrace. Alisa, I would have loved to chat with you, but I guess we can do that in the next demo. By the way, if anyone is interested, we are super happy to do a demo with you via Zoom, where you can actually chat with Alisa live. And we're going back to the studio, and we are going to end up with some final thoughts. So we can go back to the studio. How about that? Let's go inside. Yeah, thank you, Alisa. So I would like to end up with sharing you some data about the experiences. We are a spin-off of Aidas Homes, which is the top developer in Spain. We've been doing this for more than 2 years, and now we have clients like Engel & Volkers, Acción Inmobiliaria, or Bahía Príncipe. And one of the most successful metrics that we have is engagement. I mentioned before, on average, we're 45 minutes with our clients live. Sometimes we are up to 1 hour or 1 hour and a half. And it gets personal because the customers get to know the product and we get to know our customers. Even sometimes during these tours, they introduce us to their puppets or they talk about their daily life with us. So we're really building trust. It's also great for conversion because we have always double digits conversion from tour to sales. And even in some cases, when the product has the right price, and it has demand, almost 50% conversion from tour to final home sale. And finally, the metric that we are the most proud of is that we have already sold more than 30 million euros with this tool, which proved particularly successful during the COVID. We launched this before the COVID, and during the COVID, it was a great tool for all our customers to achieve sales remotely. I would like to end this demo. Is there any question from the audience? Everybody's shy today? All right, so if there's no more questions, I'm going to end with a final thought, which is that even if our technology is really impressive, and we are here doing special effects in real time and doing mixed reality in real time, the key of our success is actually not the technology itself. It's the human factor. What makes you believe in the project and what makes you buy this project is talking to Alisa. And that's very, very important. For us, technology is not the end. It's a medium to tell better stories. It's a way to reach our clients no matter where they are. And it's a way of actually touching our customer hearts. It's a way of actually having a really connection with them even if they are far away. And that's the key of our success, and that's how we have achieved more than 30 million euros in sales. So no matter if your business is real estate or not, if you're in a business where creating trust is important in the online channel, I will be super happy to chat with you and to show you a proper demo with sound next time. Thank you very much.
Hello? It's working. I started. What's this?
Para las slides.
No, yo necesito slides. Bye. Hello, good afternoon to everyone. Nice to see you here. I'm José Carol, Operating Director at BStartup, which is the startup business unit that we had in Banco Sabadell, where we have banking for a startup, and also we invest in companies, in 13 companies per year. So we are going to present now 4 of our investors company that were made from 2018 to 2020. Let me introduce them, the 4 on a row, and then every one of the teams will present the companies. The first one is going to be AppLanet. It's going to be presented by Joana Gallo. AppLanet is a software solution that helps enterprises with everything related with ESG KPIs reporting. Then you will be able to see Mabel Jimeno from Dive Medical. And Dive Medical, it's a solution from exploring visions from people from 6 months old, so from really, really, really young people. Then we will see Le Room Service, which will be presented by Carlos Valdenebro. And the room service is the profitable choice from the room service of hotels. And last but not least, we will see Qbeast will be presented by Clemens Schesch. And Qbeast is the big data storage technology that allows analyze data much faster and, of course, cheaper. So we will start by Joana Gallo from AppLanet. Joana, the floor is yours.
Okay. Hi, everybody, and many thanks for being here. So I'm Joana Gallo, co-founder of A-Planet. So as you all know, every company now is under increasing pressure to be sustainable. That's because more and more regulations are forcing organizations to manage and report their sustainability data, environmental, social, and governance. Also pressure from investors, customers, and other groups. And nowadays, being sustainable is a competitive advantage. Companies are investing in sustainability more and more every year, but managing the sustainability is very complex due to uncertainty, lack of knowledge, also because it's a changing industry, and because they have to manage a huge amount of ESG data. And also, sustainability professionals, they don't use technology to help them. Those professionals should focus on managing the sustainability strategy of their company, on defining how they can create bigger positive impact. But they end up managing data all day. They spend more than 30% of their time in processes that could be automated. A-Planet helps those professionals to manage their sustainability in a holistic way. We allow them to save administration time, to have data of better quality that they can rely on, and also to engage their stakeholders. A-Planet is a platform that allows them to structure, collect from different sources, report, analyze, and communicate all their environmental, social, and governance information. We want to become the one-stop shop for sustainability management for every company. And the need that we solve is global, and we are global as well. We are already in 5 countries, in Spain, Portugal, Brazil, Italy, and the UK. We have more than 100 organizations using our technology platform to manage their sustainability. And they are happy customers that see in A-Planet a reference in technology innovation for managing their sustainability. And all this is reflected in our growth. In our second year, we have achieved €500,000 in ARR. And also, we have seen a 3x growth every year. And the outlook for future is for further growth, as we consider at the pace at which our current markets and the future market are growing. We have demonstrated that we are able to grow, and we have a controlled growth engine. So the next step and the next capital injection we will use for growth even faster, to continue with innovation and product development, and also to conquer future and new markets. And we are more than a company. We are committed to help with technology for all the companies to be sustainable, to manage their sustainability in an efficient way, and create positive environmental and social impact. Many thanks. Thank you.
Well, hi, I'm Mabel Jimeno, CEO of Dive Medicals. Thank you for being here. In Dive, we envision a future in which everyone, for B2G, B2B, and for developing countries, we will implement sponsored programs like the one we have already closed with Huawei, and we will help to reduce costs in the health systems in different ways. Our team brings together 4 PhD, prestigious awards in the technical and medical fields, and collaboration with top companies and more than 20 years in managerial positions. We are supported by one of the most outstanding pediatric ophthalmologists in the world, and by the president of Silo, our accelerating partner, former Minister of Innovation of Spain. We have already validated the technology with more than 4,000 patients in 5 countries. The notified body is currently auditing our technical file. We have pilots with different KOLs in place. We have closed our first investment round. We have closed a public loan, and we have obtained several grants and awards. But this is just the beginning. We have made the most difficult thing, measuring vision when it develops. We are very close to different solutions in the ophthalmological and neurological world. And we are also working in direct-to-consumer solutions. After getting the CE marking at the end of this year, we need an investment of 1 million euros in order to start sales operation in Europe, prepare for the launch in US, build a business case in primary care with a health technology assessment, develop new tests, and consolidate our team with marketing and sales people. And we would love that anyone join us in our adventure of not leaving anyone behind because of visual problems. Thank you.
Since 2017 that we started, we've signed with more than 12,000 rooms. They sell an average of 11 euros per room per month with an average ticket of between 25 and 30 euros. We also have very efficient deliveries because we can group the orders, and since these 4 years we never have had a churn. These are some of our main clients. We work with the top 5 hotel chains in Spain, like Meliá or NH, and also some international like Accor or Hilton. Our team is made of 40 people, most of them in production, and we're 3 founders, Ignacio Roqueta, Rafael Valenzuela, and myself, Carlos Valdenebro. From now to 2023, we want to open in 9 European countries. Altogether, they have a market of around 42 million euros, and taking into account that we have a market share in the current cities of about 30%, that leaves us a turnover, of 12 to 15 million by the end of 2024. Our basis of our scalability are we open in our clients' kitchens. We've done this in Barcelona, and we're replicating it in Lisbon. And since we have a very good relationship with these chains, it's very easy for us to close new deals in these new cities. And also, we link all this with our operations to make a new city in break-even in about 3 months, like we did in Barcelona. Thank you very much.
Hi everybody, I'm Clement, co-founder of Cubist Analytics. We're a spin-off of the Barcelona Supercomputing Center. And we believe that big data is entering into a new era. But let me back up a bit. First, we were able to analyze and process massive amounts of data in parallel that gave us technologies such as Hadoop or Apache Spark. Then we leveraged the cloud for flexibility. Think about a Google BigQuery or a Snowflake. But now things have changed. Data privacy and data security have become hugely important. And we need to respect the data. Also, businesses need to take a modern approach on data governance. It's important now and will become even more important over the next few years, as you can see in the prediction of Gartner here. So we cannot just process all the data without care. We need to minimize the data. And that's what we do with Cubist. After years of research at the Barcelona Supercomputing Center, we developed the data storage technology where we store data with common characteristics together so that we can get statistically significant samples of the overall data set. What this means is that we can get the same insights while accessing only a fraction of the data, thus minimizing data. We implemented now this technology into the Cubist data format, which is an open source, cloud agnostic data lakehouse enhancement. and it integrates perfectly in the existing big data infrastructure. And our sampling techniques allows, on the one hand, to analyze data much, much faster and much, much cheaper, because we analyze only a part of the data. And it also allows easier and compliance and maintenance. And the cool thing, it's also future-proof, because no matter how much data you collect, the sample actually stays the same. And this data format is for us just the start. So what we can build on top of that are really cool things. One of it is, for example, safe data sharing. We can enable organizations to share samples of their data directly from their data lake. So super secure and confidential. Or we can enable truly serverless analytics. Because the data that we need to process with our samples are so small, we could analyze it directly in the browser, meaning we don't need to encrypt it from storage when processing it in any server. It's a data compliance and security stream. Also, we can enable truly interactive visualizations by speeding up the whole process. We're an international team with tech and business skills. Cesare, our founder and CEO, has over 10 years of experience in data architecture and big data research. Paul and Paola complete our tech team. Have also worked at the Supercomputing Center in big data research. And me and Nicolas, we come from the business side and bring client relations, sales, and corporate finance skills to the table. And now we're looking for interesting use cases to actually prove our technology.
Hello, everyone. The challenges that was brought by the COVID-19 pandemic has fostered a new wave of creativity, technology, and innovation in the sports world. Some analysts predict and estimate that the global market is going to be triple, coming from the $13 billion up to $45 billion in 2027. So I think there is no better moment to speak about this amazing topic that we are really passionate about, and we should be thrilled today to have three amazing speakers and experts on this topic. So let me briefly introduce you them. We have here Kiko León, who is the Chief Innovation Information Officer from Decathlon. He's been linked to Decathlon for the last 13 years. And he's really passionate about the innovation and innovation. And he was appointed in 2012 as CIO of Decathlon in Spain. Welcome, Kiko.
Thank you, Pedro.
Afterwards, we have Emilio. And Emilio, sorry about that, Emilio Risquez. And by the way, the guys who are watching us in streaming, it would say Carlos, but no, we have here Emilio, who is the co-founder of Uscale, and has a long track record engaged with the world well-known sports firm called ASICS. He was the vice president of the EMEA area and CEO of ASICS in Spain, Portugal, and France, if I'm not mistaken. And last but not least, we have Uriol. Uriol, who is Vincia, who is an entrepreneur, investor. Now he is the founder of Stock Agile. And you might know him because he's one of the great entrepreneurs, Spanish entrepreneurs, that has actually sold a company, an exit, to the French company Sodexo. You might remember Jim Forless, currently known Enjoy. And he had that amazing privilege of selling the company. So after these brief introductions, let's cut to the chase, guys. So The first question that I would like to, understand your views, different views, corporate, startup, advisors, investors, would be open innovation could be the answer to really foster the sport tech game in Spain. But from your point of view, which are the pros and cons of working between corporates and startups? We start with you, Kiko, if you want.
Thank you, Pedro. It's a huge question. I think it's why we are all here about. I should talk from a corporate point of view, of course. Corporates, we are very good at doing the things we do well. I mean, we are able, or we are trained to be very efficient of running one model. We become like a Swiss watch of running the same model. Everything that is exploration, everything that is putting focus on different things is quite different for us. We are not trained for us for that. All of our culture, all of our meals, all of our processes are not oriented for experimentation. So we definitely need the collaboration with the startups to open the field, to open the possibilities to explore and to come up with different approaches and different services for customers, in this case relating to the sports. So I think the pros from a corporate point of view, of course, it's that we will be able to explore quite different things. We will be able to put focus on many different things and go really, really faster. It's not so easy because I think because as we are based on efficiency, we have some risk avoid policies. So this can be the cons in that kind of collaboration. One, that we have internally a system that doesn't really allow the integration of the startups. So there's some risk in the integration that you should handle. So you should definitely well define the challenge that you have. You should definitely choose the startups that will go with you, that are on the right level of maturity for source. And you have to find a buy-in in your company to find the good people to collaborate with the startups. Otherwise, you will have good idea, but no buy-in or no tracking inside. That will be complicated.
Thanks, Kiko. By the way, to all our viewers, Decathlon has launched recently a Decathlon Open Innovation Initiative, which actually Kiko leads along with Guillermo Marcet. And you actually are hosting here the 6 selected startups that are going to do a lot of things great with Decathlon. Emilio, could you share with us your views?
I think this is very simple. It's no other way corporations can break through if they do not do open innovation. But that's true, but it's also true that it's extremely complicated. What I mean is, I think long time ago it was the innovation dilemma that explained that if you want to break through inside, it's impossible, because normally breakthrough innovation comes because you have less quality or you have more speed or whatever, and this goes against your business. Means if you go to Decathlon, sell a lower level price, a lower level product, quality, you will not accept. But that's why it's so important to collaborate with the startups. It means for corporations, if they do not find a way to collaborate, they will have a challenge, like has happened in a lot of markets, like Uber did with taxis, or everybody does this, but this is reality. Every time market is digitalized, this could happen. Does not mean that it's easy. On the other side, startups. All research shows that startups that successfully collaborate with corporations double or triple their value. And that's a fact. Why? Because they have processes, they have resources, they have brand. It's not about money, it's about what they have, establishment and brand image. Then what I told what is good. What is bad is that it's not easy. And that's the clue thing. It's a lot of the collaborations fails. And why it fails? The first thing is because you have to choose the right collaboration. Is when a startup heard about a company like Decathlon, everybody wants to go. But first they have to decide, is the right collaboration? Is the right marriage? Would you marry with everybody in your life? Normally you will fail if you do that. Then that's the same, it's a marriage. And you have to find the right persons, the right stage, and you have to match that. And that's the clue. Finding the right state, the right match, and the right procedure to make it happen.
And Uriol, your view probably with a bit of criticism on corporates, or maybe not, I don't know, as an entrepreneur.
Not criticism. I mean, in our case, as you know, Gym4Less was sold to Sodexo, 4 years ago. Sodexo is a huge company. And the point is that when we sold the company, Sodexo told us, okay, first of all, don't worry because we are not going to disturb you, okay? They were really nice for this because we separate the teams, okay? There was the Sodexo team, there was the Gym4Less team, so we have never been integrated in the Sodexo structure, okay? So we were growing by ourselves, okay? They were helping us, to get more clients. They were helping us with the brand, but we grow by ourselves. We took our decisions, and I think it's really important because sometimes the big corporates, they buy small startups and they kill them because they disturb the growth and they didn't know how to grow. So in our case, it was really good, okay, the merge and the collaboration. However, sometimes the startups, when they start dealing with a big corporation, they think that the corporation is going to solve all their problems. They think that they're going to start selling a lot because the corporation, they will help them a lot. And this is not true. I mean, if you're dealing with a corporation or you are having an arrangement or a deal with them, I mean, they're not going to solve all your problems, okay? The startups, they should focus with their product, with their sales, but the corporation is never going to save your life, okay? And what is really important is that sometimes startups start dealing with the corporations, and sometimes it takes a long time because corporations are really slow to take decisions, and sometimes it's like a con. And I'm a little bit critical in this because it's difficult sometimes to have a good deal between a corporation and a startup. But however, in my case, it was really good, and we're really happy with the collaboration with Sodexo.
Mm-hmm. And from your view, and deep in dive into the sports tech hub, how do you see the landscape in Spain in comparison maybe with other countries that are more ahead or ahead of us? What are they doing different so we can place maybe Spain as a more relevant hub, maybe in the middle of the storm, no? Right? So
Spain is a really good country in terms of sports tech ecosystem. However, some years ago, it was really bad in terms of investment, okay? We had a lot of startups, but it was really difficult to raise money. In our case, in Gym4Less, during 4 years, we just raised something like 500,000 euros. I mean, the investors in Spain, they were not really interested in sports tech, while in the other countries like France or Germany, our competitors, they were raising something like 10 million euros, okay? So it was really difficult to compete against these players. So the landscape is changing because now investors, they are more interested in sports tech. Actually, some months ago, there was a big exit of a company, the Port Village, who was sold for 100 million euros by GD Sports. And now there are some startups in Spain that are already raising money, like Volava, who's the competitor of Peloton. We have Daddy Fit, who raised 1 million euros. We have Humanos, who's a company of soccer. Okay, so I think it's changing the landscape. Okay, we have a good sport tech companies, and the investors, they start having attention of the sports ecosystem. However, what we need is more support from public institutions. For example, in France, I know that in Paris there's a sports incubator. It was created by the Minister of Sports and created by the private companies as well. So this incubator in Paris, it was really helpful for the sports startups of Paris. And I know that in Barcelona, the City Council is going to create a sports hub as well this year. So they will offer spaces, mentoring for the startups in Spain. So I think the situation is changing. It's getting better, but we are far from other countries, especially in terms of investment. This is, I think, the point that we have to improve.
Okay, and Emilio, your thoughts, because being the Vice President for Middle East, Europe and Africa, probably you have a broad view on how other countries are engaging with startups.
I will start with a positive view. The first thing is Spain has the choice to be positioned as a sport. Why? Because if you think about the brand Spain, always is a sport in mind, because we win in sports, a lot of sports, we have tennis players, we have football, we have a lot of things, we have that asset, we have food and tourism. Then it's a pity that we are not using that asset. That's the first thing. Then I think positive side, the opportunity to be leading that, it's there. The reality is that in Europe, if we do not forget for a moment US, if we go to Europe, in London and in France and in Germany, it's a big push on the sport that is not here. And going to what he was telling, the truth is that there are a lot of projects, but the only thing that is not changing, yes, in the later stage startups there's more investment, but in the early stage there is no investment. In other countries, you go to US and a startup receives 1 million for nothing. Here, blaming for 100K, it's very difficult. Then financial thing, it's very important, but also administrations, they have to put together how they can leverage this image, like they use with Turin, for sport.
And think about...
For me, I have a similar view. I think we already have a huge, if we think not only of sports tech, we think of tourism, and we have already a huge amount of people coming to Spain for tourism with the sport, so golf, swimming, etc., snorkeling, etc. So we are already identified as a good spot for sports people, and lots of people from all around the world, all around Europe, come from Spain from that. So there's an opportunity. If you want to launch something, you will have many people coming here, and already it's in the mind of the people. Second, after I think sports tech in Spain before the pandemic and before the COVID, etc., was not really in the agenda. Now it's starting to be. So I think maybe it's the push we needed. For example, in France, the push they needed was the Olympic Games. So preparing Paris 2024, they boosting really the sports tech scene. I think for us it could be the pandemic, the opportunity. You realize of that when, as we all Spain, when you see that the public investment is being made, Barcelona, Valencia, etc. So it's coming on. I think we're maybe a little bit behind, but we have a huge opportunity because I don't think really nobody's already taking this stage, okay, taking this position. And in Spain we have socially and let's say at a country level we have really some advantages. We have also the talent. So I think we're behind, but we have still more opportunities than challenges to do it.
What do you think, guys, about not only sport techs, but do you think nutrition, healthy food, which are two kind of unstoppable trends worldwide? So sustainability and healthy food, nutrition, which is pretty much close and linked to the sports. Do you think that is going to be a segment that Spain maybe could really focus on to really leverage our position?
I think so, because as I told you, we are viewed by tourism, food and sport, and two of the ingredients of the well-being. Spain, the population is really old, then has a lot of sense. Then we can leverage that, and the quality of life is really good here. Then if we do that, I think it's a big differentiator.
Okay. And if you have the opportunity to give just one piece of advice to a corporate that wants to really embrace and engage an open innovation and start to work with startups, which piece of advice would it be? Who wants to start?
I want.
Go ahead.
I mean, the advice for me, for the corporate is don't disturb the startup, help them, but don't disturb them. And if it's possible, give him some money. I mean, the startups, they need know-how and they need money. Okay, so I think the big companies like Decathlon or like Sodexo, I mean, normally they have like ventures divisions to invest in small startups, and I think that big corporations of sports, they should invest in these startups in order to make them grow, and perhaps they can buy these startups or they can take advantage of the product of the startup. This is my advice.
Okay. Emilio?
I will tell, don't look at your belly, think that these two parts. Normally when you're in corporation, you feel that you're God and that everything is under your umbrella. And the reality is they're a company also, and has to be a win-win. And both can win, but has to find the plus. And don't try to push for a collaboration that is not needed. Try to look the win-win. If it's a win-win, do it. If not, don't do it.
Okay. And Kiko?
Yeah, I think it's really important to spend some time finding out what you really need. So it's not about I will do innovation, I will find a startup that is able to do something that I cannot. It's what it makes sense to you, what you really need. This is the first part. And the second, put it at the right place. And I will take the advice from Uriol. If you take it too close to you, you will bore the startup. If they are too far away from your organization, you will get nothing from them, no part of the innovation energy will come from you. So find the good place to collaborate with them.
Okay, and the other way around, so one piece of advice to a startup that wants to really embrace and start working with a corporate. Let's start with Kiko in this case.
I will take an advice called by Emilio. Don't marry the first guy you met. So again, spend some time thinking not only on the brand, but what's behind. It's really a collaboration that can become a win-win. It's really some place you will find buy-in inside the company. You will find the good resources, the good people. They are interested in you because it's genuine and you will really build a solution, or it's just about branding.
So keep on dating some startups until you find the right one. Emilio.
I will tell very similar, but in other words, find the right matching. What it means, the right matching? Find the right stage that you need as a startup means find to look the same thing that you're looking. If you're looking for marketing or business, it's different that one thing to the other. Look the right thing, be aligned with the culture of the company, and try to speak a similar language. If not, you will not succeed.
So maturity for you is one of to find the sweet spot, right? Okay. And Uriol?
The advice for the startup is to find the right partner and try to, take them the value add. They should learn from the company, from the corporation, but they should focus on their product. They should focus on their clients. It's not the corporation who's going to save or solve the problem. Okay, so sometimes the startup thinks that the corporation is going to sell everything. They should do their job. Okay, so it's the startup who's going to grow. It's not the corporation who's going to make you grow. Okay, this is important.
Okay, and now my extra bonus question: if I was Warren Buffett and I was thinking of investing in sport tech in general, in which segment would you advise me to really invest and deep dive, try to really create value?
I will reply in a different way. I will not invest in a segment, I will invest in the right team. Means the startup has to have the right team. Startup has to pivot every time. The right team will pivot to the right place. If you have a good sector but a bad team, you're dead. Then invest in the right team.
Okay.
I would invest in home fitness. There's a trend in home fitness after the COVID. There are a lot of companies like Peloton, like Tonal, like Volava. They are growing a lot. So if I had more money, I would invest in these companies, in home fitness.
Home fitness. Kiko?
I think I think that we are just at the beginning of the story. As you will say, the market will be triple in 5 years. So we are at the beginning of the story. So I think there's many sectors inside the sport tech that will really boost. So Warren, congratulations, Warren. You're going to a good market. And the second, I would say the same regarding home fitness, but in the sense that it connects you to with the different coaches. I really appreciate what Volava, what Peloton have done. Usually in fitness, the coach is the scarce factor. You have a scarcity of coach, or you have to go at that moment, at that time to the club. Now you can find the best coach in the world, wherever, where you are. So from a scarcity to abundance, I will definitely invest on that.
Okay, and I know it's kind of a bit out of the topic, but what are your thoughts regarding the metaverse, NFTs, regarding linking the physical sports to the more digital experience, fun experience, and so on? Do you think this is something that is going to stay here, or is just a bluff and a hype that we are currently on? Who wants to take this one?
I can start. I'm not an expert about this, but what I'm sure is that I know what's going to happen tomorrow. We don't know the future, but what I think is that it's something hot, and perhaps it's too early, okay, to explode. But I'm sure that in 20 years, 30 years, or 100 years, I don't know, it's going to be something really important. Okay, so perhaps we are really early at the moment, but I'm sure that it's going to be something really important, and it's not a bluff. I think it's going to change the world. Like the blockchain and NFTs, it's going to change everything, for sure.
Okay.
I think like everything, the history repeats every year. A long time ago, internet came and will kill everything. and TV will disappear, and things reinvent. What I think is things will fusion and will reinvent how things are going. For example, Amazon, now it's opening shops. Then everything on the air is not possible, everything physical is not possible. I think will be a mix.
I have it. Mm-hmm.
I think today we're really at the beginning of an exploration regarding that. We're still finding out the things that we can do. So far, I see there's a path going on, but it's not really on the sports practice way. It's more on the fan side, on the fan, on the clubs, etc. There I see there's really a path for opportunity. I don't see it right now regarding sports practice and easing in the access to the sport to many people. But as I say, we're just exploring at the beginning of the story. I think in 5 from 10 years, it can be really a game changer.
Okay, well, thanks very much. Thanks very much to all the people who has been in the room and the viewers. Thanks, Chico León, Chief Innovation Information Officer of Decathlon. Thank you, Emilio, co-founder of U-Scale. And thank you, Uriol, as well, co-founder of Agile Stock and former and one of the entrepreneurs that we all should look at of exiting of the Gym for Less.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, and stay tuned.
Thank you.
¿Sí? Hello? Hello? Good afternoon? Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to this interesting panel under the title Start in Asturias. Well, start in Asturias seems to be clear. Asturias, start, I'm not going to spoil the content, but seems to be very clear, or not. Because this panel is about discovery. This panel is about change the perspective. This panel is about how regions can evolve and build new strategies to position themselves in different planes. So, open your mind and be ready to discover a new Asturias, full of opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, Eva Pando, Director of IDEPA, Regional Developing Agency on Asturias. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. It's a real pleasure to share our region with all of you. Thank you very much for attending our invitation. I want to present you our value proposal. A territory we're building and making an innovative and technology company bigger. And of course, it is an honor to do it here in the heart of the global startup ecosystem. Thank you. Thank you very much for attending. Today, I come to talk to entrepreneurs, to venture capital investors, to people with projects, with exciting projects to be developed. And I am going to offer you a red carpet to Sussex. As many of you know, the touristic claim of Asturias is Asturias' natural paradise. And we are very proud of this message. But we want more. And today, we are going to present you the Asturias Startup Paradise. And why? Why do we think that a small green region in the mountain in the north of Spain can be a good place to start an innovation project, a business economy? I'm going to show you 6 reasons to start in Asturias. I hope if it is changed. Six reasons to start in Asturias. So, strategically located for business, competitive business environment, education, talent, creativity, innovative ecosystem, institutional support, And last but not least, extraordinary quality of life. So first, Asturias is a region strategically located for business. We are 1 million of inhabitants. We are in the northwest of Spain, and we are a green region, but with a strong industrial heart. The weight of industry in our gross added value reaches 20%. Due to the influence of the coal in our past, we are nowadays facing an ecologic transition. Asturias is one of the 8 provinces in Spain that will receive specific and additional funds to help towards a fair transition, additional funds to the next generation funds. All of you are launching global companies, and we know that you need a good place to settle your headquarters, but also somewhere to be able to conquer the world from. It's because of that that we are going to talk about the connectivity. And the connectivity, both physical and virtual, are very important. We are an hour and a half from Santander, less than 3 hours from Bilbao, and 4 hours from Madrid by car. Next year, the high-speed train will get to Asturias, connecting Asturias with Madrid in less than 3 hours. We have direct daily flights to Madrid, Barcelona, and many Spanish destinations. International destinations as Paris too, and destinations that will be increasing in coming months. We have 2 ports with regular lines that connecting our region with Africa and Northern Europe. But very important is the broadband coverage connectivity. Asturias today has a broadband coverage of 87%, 7 points above the Spanish average. And at the end of this year, 2021, this coverage will reach 97%. Let me show you a successful case. Due to this connectivity and the flexibility of public administrations in terms of requirements, in January of this year, Amazon chose Asturias to locate the main operational center of the northwest of Iberia. 2,000 employees and more than 100 million of investments. I think that is a very good news for us. As you can see in the photo, it's under construction 6 months later. But your companies has to be competitive, but has to remain competitive. It is because of that we can offer a good environment, a good business environment. This is our second reason. As I said at the beginning, we are 1 million of inhabitants, but 800,000 of them are located in the center of our region, making up the 7th metropolitan urban area in Spain in terms of population. This is a very interesting thing for the business environment. In this slide, I want to show you the relation between prices, the cost of living, and wages. As you can see, Asturias is below the line. That means that we are very competitive in terms of wages in comparison with cost of living. As you can see, urbans like Barcelona, Madrid, obviously the wages are bigger, but the cost of living is very, very bigger. So in Asturias, you can attract educated people with a competitive offer. It's because of that, in Asturias, are located in growing more than 150 multinational companies, and we are the 4th in the investment ranking position. We have a relevant network of clusters, more than 10 clusters, more than 380 companies in sectors such as food industry, materials, circular economy, industrial in general, are very good innovative platforms. But for you, what is the most important thing? What are you desperately looking for? Talent, isn't it? I think it's our third reason. All of us know that without people, nothing is possible. The study of Cotec says that Asturias is in the third position of the ranking on talent retention and the fourth position in terms of availability in engineers and researchers. I think it's the main reason to locate a technological company in Asturias. Good proof of that is the community of startups. More than 200 startups or technology-based companies that are located in our region in several fields. Digitalization areas mainly, but not only. Bio and health system, energy, other technologies. A very big and growing community. The last year, 2020, a year that all of us will remember as the pandemic year, we worked with 60 ideas. 16 of them are become startups nowadays. But you, startups, entrepreneurs, want to be part of something exciting. You want not to be isolated. It's because of that we offer, as for reason, an innovative ecosystem. You have places where incubate and accelerate your startup. Places like the Bioincubator in the Technology Park of Asturias, where you can find instrumental share, you can find laboratories fully equipped at your disposal. In the Technology Park of Gijón, in the so-called Mile of Knowledge, we have the Industry 4.0 building, place where we developed the Open Innovation Program, a program where has participated more than 25 big companies like DuPont, ArcelorMittal, ThyssenKrupp, EDP, Vodafone, that proposing their own digitalization challenges. And more than 80 startups offer them interesting solutions. If you work in programs like that, you can obtain first-level benchmark projects. The field of sustainable mobility is very important in our energetic transition. We can offer an acceleration program in the sustainable mobile, and companies like ALSA, Phoenix Contact, EDP advise startups to get a good position in this new mobility change. But besides infrastructures, public programs, innovative pools where sharing knowledge is needed. So places where talented people humanize the technology is very important for us. Something like this occurring in places like La Pipa. La Pipa, they know, they say always in capital letters because big things will happen there. This project can let us to attract interesting projects. As you know, Asturias, in its natural paradise, can welcome digital nomads, innovative companies, as our rural environment offers them a fantastic place to work. Companies like Sapiens chose as natural paradise as Somiedo to create a tribu of tech people. Technological centers as CETIC create the rural tech, a place to do the technology near to people who live in rural areas. Or projects like La Granja, the companies well known as Central Lechera Asturiana, organized the Project Granja to find new innovative companies in a framework of open innovation to get innovative ideas to their chain value of the farm to the fork. But in all the process, to accelerate them, catalysts are necessary, and the public support is ours. This is the fifth reason. Because now, when you are starting, the money is very important. We are here to offer you up to 400,000 euros to finance your startup if you come to Asturias, from the pre-seed moment to the early stage. But not only money, but many other things too. Other things like individualized advice, public and private funds, soft landing in a specialized space, networking, be part of a rich equipment. Everyone at the IDEPA group that are here and in our stand can offer all of you detailed information about this support. We take advantage of this South Summit to launch the second call of our Asturias Startup Fund. So now is the moment to apply. And last but not least, we think that Asturias is a good place to work and to live. And the quality of life, security, and transparency is our sixth reason. Do you want to live in one of the best regions in terms of security? In the cities that are in the top 3 of Spain? Do you want to work with transparent administrations? In Asturias, you will do it. Last year, we want to face a very, very hard situation. And we learned that health is the most important thing. We are very proud how Asturias faced the pandemic because we are one of the most aging population in Europe. Now, with more than 83% of our population fully vaccinated, we are the first region in the Western Europe that reached levels below 25 cases per 100,000. With one of the best public healthcare systems within Spain, I think that your family will be safe. And our concerns, obviously, is to attract talent, but not only, if not to grow talent. In Asturias, we offer the best-in-class educational centers for your families. We have prestigious international public and private schools in the region. And finally, your private life is very important to us. Everything you can need in terms of sports, culture, leisure, you can find it in Asturias. I can promise you that skiing in the morning and surfing in the afternoon can be a wonderful experience. So let me finish with a video of our land. The video? Chris, the video, please. Yes, a few minutes. Video? Sorry. It's coming from Asturias, the video, sorry. So let's talk business. I hope to see you soon in Asturias. But obviously today, tomorrow, and Thursday, we are in our stand with 9 wonderful startups from Asturias that I will count the opportunity to watch in some minutes. So thank you very much for attending. Cristina, I think the floor is yours. Thank you.
Hi, hello, good afternoon, and thank you very much for your attendance. My name is Roberto Parrondo. I'm the Business Services Coordinator at BIC Asturias. Being BIC Asturias, one of the entities that belongs to the IDEPAS group. And therefore, we are also involved in the deployment of this Start in Asturias initiative that we are presenting here today. As Seba explained before, we are here for one specific purpose, which is try to gather, to attract the interest of startups that want to set up their businesses in Asturias. But on the other hand, we are also here for another purpose, which is to show what is the technological level of Asturias as a region, okay? And this level is represented by our community of startups, which are the best ambassadors for doing that, okay? So we've brought here in this edition of the South Summit a group of startups with a very high-tech background, working in different industries such as digitization, energy, mobility, materials, with different approaches, with different business models, but all of them with a great innovative potential, as you can check right now, okay, in their presentations. So let's get started with the pitch session, okay? We are going to follow an alphabetical order for the startups. So the first one will be Aireas, presented by Karin Volpato. The second one will be Meter Maps by Pablo Viejo. The third one will be Whoopi by Pablo Campos. H2 Vector by Miguel Ángel Ocando. Maincoa, in this case by Juanjo Suárez. NanoCare Research by Fernando Cabo. ThinEQ by Elena Mattison. And Creative by Mariel Diaz. So, without doubt, you are going to enjoy these presentations. They won't let you down, okay? So let's start with the first one. So, Aireas, when you want.
The presentation is there? La presentación? Okay. Hola. Here you go. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. I'm going to introduce our tool, which is Aireas. Next year, European Union, you launch new directives in relation to air control systems. And these limits will be much, much more restricted than the one that we have now. We have about, in Europe, 5,000 air control stations that have been collecting data in relation to air in the last 30 years. They also have added new pollutants data, thanks to the advanced technology in sensoric, nanotechnology, and meteorological fields. It's a wealth of information that we have available in relation to air quality that is barely used. Aireas is our analytic tool, and what it does, it unlocks all the hidden information, the treasure information, providing a very deep understanding and management of air quality without any specialized training or programming skills. Millions of data are thrown into the cloud every hour. And the traditional measurements of measurement campaigns of air quality, they take a long time, sometimes months. They are very expensive. And at the end, they provide a static picture of the situation. Whereas our tool provides a very professional, scientific and accurate data, considering not only the historical data that we have available, but also the real-time data and any other data that actually might be influencing the air quality in a certain moment in a certain area. We also apply artificial intelligence using advanced statistics and also learning technologies, identifying very specific pollutant sources, their cycles, their relations, their patterns, and this provides actually a very dynamic picture about what is happening with the air that you are breathing right now and its behavior. It's a very strong and useful tool for public and private institutions who want to assess, monitor, and validate the air quality conditions in their regions. And a part of that, as I said to you, our tool is rigorous, is accurate for whoever is performing any kind of public intervention that may affect the air that we all are breathing. This is done in real time, anytime, from anywhere, and from any device. We are according to data. Our tool is named IREAS. It was produced by our group of engineers and biologists who put together years of experience in this field and their passion for environmental care. I'm positively sure that you have millions of questions that you want to make right now. Unfortunately, you don't have time to answer them, but you can find us here or in the virtual marketplace or here at the summit. Thank you very much for your attention. Yes.
Okay? Okay. Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Pablo Viejo. I am the CEO of Better Maps. The world is living an explosion of data, and one of these data, the kind of data that's exploding today, is this spatial data, geospatial data. So the problem is that we are having this explosion of data, but we don't have an explosion of data map designers. So it means actually we have more and more maps, but these maps are always worse. So you can see everywhere in Twitter, in Facebook, or wherever you see a map, the quality of maps is going down increasingly because there is a lot of information, but not many people that know how to deal with this information. That's why we created Better Maps. Better Maps' vision is to create beautiful, proper, and unique maps. It's just an online platform using AI technologies with no code. We apply AI to allow to create better designs. So if you don't know how to create a design with a specific kind of colors and text and icons, we give you the hints what are the best solutions that you can get. So we help people to trust these maps, because very often you get a map, but you don't know how trustworthy it is. So our tools tell you this map is done in this way, so you can trust the whole map, part of the map. So this we add to the information. So different people, different design. You can adapt your map to your client or to your audience, because some audience need another kind of information, and maybe the same map can be visualized in different ways. And it's everything in one platform. As I say, it's a software as a service. We benefit from the ecosystem of many other tools like Mapbox, Maptile, Kato, Tableau that are already using these tools, but don't give you the hints to allow you to create better maps. They give you the tools, you can do this, but if you don't know how to do it, you have to pay a designer. So what we do is we come on top of them and say, okay, I'm going to help you to use them properly. So what kind of people we are focusing on? Data analysts, map designers, software developers, people that are not necessarily using maps, or they need very specific things when they create their maps. And then we give them the tools to improve them. So you can see, for example, in our Twitter account, the kind of people that are following us is the kind of people that are looking for these kind of solutions. And we have a team that is ready, prepared to develop all these tools. So we are now coming to a funding round. So if you are interested and know more, please join us at the booth of the Asturias Startup, or send me an email, and I will be happy to answer you all your questions. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you very much for coming. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Pablo Campos, and I'm from Guppy. Think about yourself. Happy? Everything okay? And now think about yourself in a car. Traffic jams, lack of parking spaces, stress, discussion. You are not the same person in a car or out the car. So we have a problem. It's not your problem, it's our problem. And now think about the environment. Pollution, climate change, everything is telling us we have to do something. So this is the moment to do something. Consumers' habits giving promise to service, to the rental instead of buying. We are going towards a more sustainable world, and the municipalities and the governments are helping with aids to go for a better and more sustainable world. And the mobility is one of the most important parts in the city's quality of air. That's why Guppy exists. Guppy is an electric vehicle sharing platform, sustainable comprehensive mobility service. We are not just another car sharing. We are much more than a car sharing. We manage the parking spaces in the city, and we like to tell that we do smart mobility for smart people from a smart team. So we do all together to have a better mobility service in a city. This is a real project already existing in the cities or the provinces of Asturias and Cantabria nowadays, and expanding to the rest of Spain. This is a real project with real numbers that needs to be increased and should be helping all the cities. Our secret weapon is not the app or the IoT, it's our team. The knowledge and the know-how that our team has developed during these past 2 years regarding all the IoT, connectivity, hardware, software, and all the algorithms that we have developed ourselves to analyze, monitorize, analyze, and optimize the mobility in the cities where we provide our services. Real numbers: more than 100 parking spaces managed by us, more than 150 cars, more than 15,000 customers, happy customers. We are a customer-centric company, always hearing from them to improve and increase our services to them. We have been done over 1 million kilometers, and more than 600,000 kilometers have been powered by our own photovoltaic renewable energy. So we have the complete energy managed. We do not have only electric cars, but also the energy coming directly from the sun. This is good for the economy because it's an investment reliable in 6 or 7 years about the renewable energies, but also for the world that we want to change and improve. So, we think and we are sure this is the moment to ride the wave. We are looking for companies, collaborators, investors, and people who want to ride the wave together with us and be able to have Guppy everywhere in Spain and in Europe. The reason why Guppy has much more sense as much as cities we provide the service is because we have intercity connection with this new service. Thank you very much. Here's the contact. Do not hesitate to contact us in our booth. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Miguel Ángel Ocando, and I'm the Executive Director at H2 Vector. What I'm going to be presenting today to you isn't something new. We are in a climate crisis, and we need a new energy model. When we first started H2 Vector, we came up with a simple idea, yet powerful. We're aiming to develop energy solutions for our clients' day-to-day activities that were affordable, sustainable, and environmentally friendly. We understood that renewables were the energy source of the future, but we also understood that renewables were missing an element. Hydrogen is the element that renewables were missing. You may ask yourself, why? Why hydrogen? Well, basically, it's allowed renewables to maximize its potential through storage and handling. When our first product, our Vector series, is a hydrogen-based energy management system that works all around the hydrogen cycle, producing green hydrogen and providing energy for stationary and mobile applications. It is designed for the housing and the SME sectors, and it's ready to go. While developing our first prototype, our Vector 10, we're facing several challenges regarding the design and also the testing of the equipment. And we were also challenging the equipment in order to get as many features as possible. From those experiences, we have been able to establish an R&D program designed to tackle the main issues with hydrogen technologies. We work around hydrogen storage, mobility applications, and also around hydrogen and energy balancing. We're talking about hydrogen production and also consumption balancing. Regarding the future, by 2030, the amount of green hydrogen to be produced is going to be almost as big as the amount of hydrogen produced last year from all the energy sources. At H2 Vector, we work to develop applications in the building, agriculture, electricity and transportation sectors. As you can see, at 2020, those sectors and markets were non-existent for hydrogen applications. So we're going to be building and ramping up a new market, a new opportunity, up to 2050 in order to get more than 300 megatons of hydrogen. We're creating and shaping the future. And most of that hydrogen by 2050 is going to be from low carbon sources. In the short term, our Vector 10 market size is around $150 to $300 million by 2022 and 2023 accordingly. I wouldn't be here standing talking to you without a team, with all the effort that these developments require. This is our team. I'm proud to introduce them. And we come from different backgrounds, personal and professionally, but we share one passion, which is to empower our clients through clean tech in order for them to lead the new energy model that we so much need. We invite you to join us at h2vector.com. Thank you for your attention. Enjoy the summit, and see you at the Startup in Asturias stand. Thanks.
Hi. It's not. Okay. Hello, everyone. This project is MindCoa, and okay. The first of all, what is the problem are we facing? As you know, large companies are heavy, slow, and basically too big to be innovative. But don't worry, we have a solution. MindCoa Digital Platform, a platform for boosting the collective intelligence for maximizing the success of the teams. We built a digital platform with a friendly, closer, and amusing language for serious communications. Essentially, it's a platform for sharing ideas, innovations, improvements, and etc. Okay. The business model is by sales of use of licenses with annual subscriptions, and it's a scalable business model because new sales don't generate an important extra cost. This project is based on all is digital, and the strategy in marketing is inbound, blog, podcast, wiki, newsletter, etc. And competitors, it's a lot, maybe 100, but it's not very bad because market is very big. And today, this market is a blue ocean, very big. The team are 2 senior professionals. One is an expert in creativity, Marta, and me, Juanjo, an expert in technology. We have worked together 12 years, and we collaborate perfectly. This is the investment and time for returns optimal, and we have already MVP, and we have already sold to real clients. And the next steps are evolve from ad hoc product, the current situation, to a standardized product to future situations. That is all. Thank you very much. Bueno. Hello, my name is Fernando Cabo, I'm CFO at NanoCare, and this is Naker, our investment proposal to end perimplantitis, to cure a disease. We are an SME born 10 years ago as a spin-off of the SIGTech Institute in Spain. Soon we identified dental implants as the field with the highest scale-up potential for us. Our team has wide understanding of the medical device world and is led by Professor Ramon Torrecillas, a renowned expert in advanced materials. Periodontal disease is the main cause of tooth loss. Prosthesis on implants are standard care now, but biofilm growth continues on them even more aggressively. That's perimplantitis. Perimplantitis is a major threat. It affects the immune system. Titanium alloy implants are mainstream for decades. They are easy to produce and can be placed with simple clinical protocols, but they aggravate the disease and its consequences. Available treatments are the hidden cost of implantology in titanium. They involve intensive antibiotic use, frequent checkups, and surgery, which takes a high toll from patients both in money and quality of life. Ceramics with poor mechanical behavior have failed as an alternative. And despite growth, low innovation has led to offer concentrated in a few dominant players known based in the EU, the world's biggest market. But change is coming. Imperio is our disruptive, metal-free implant made of an advanced composite that finally beats titanium. It's nearing CE marking and shall be available next year. And this is the ultimate preventive solution in our making, Naker. It features a bioglass coating that keeps bacteria away from the implant. Also, new technologies allow for complex shapes and integration with titanium systems, which opens a blue ocean. We stand on sound IPR and on the entry barrier of new European regulation that turns our coated solution into a Class 3 medical device with a long and costly go-to-market. Initial traction will be provided by KOLs and premium clinics, but we must pivot on technology and patient awareness to rebalance the market. We will use B2B2C market shaping, addressing all stakeholders with compelling advantage. Patients first and central, but also all the others, including competitors. Our go-to-market architecture uses both digital and physical engagement platforms we call Naker Centers. By 2027, we aim for a small market share with huge growth potential. We are raising 6.25 million euros in equity with a high return on investment that profits from bootstrapping of the initial Imperio solution. The project has recently gained visibility with firm commitments from possible co-investors, and you too can join us shape the healthy smiles of tomorrow. Thank you very much.
¿Me decís cuándo le doy? Hi, my name's Helena Matheson. I'm part of the best team in the world. I'm obviously speaking about Team EQ. New challenge. Almost 90% of our teams are not aligned and billions are lost in productivity. Team EQ, with more than 3 years of experience, is the perfect match for the post-pandemic needs. Odysseus and engagement tools like Peakon, Glint or Office Vibe are still individualistic nowadays and cannot get smart data through cross-teams and teams dynamics. People analytics, it's a huge growing market. The TeamEQ is the predictive tool that helps business accelerate results and empower our leaders and teams through smart data at all levels of the company. TeamEQ works with 4 easy steps to measure KPIs and listen the most important priorities of your people in real time, just 2 minutes per service. Frequency is up to you. With unique questions to analyze immediate smart data and feedbacks available for all team and organization. We are compliant with GDPR, transparent and anonymous. And to act through tips, reports, recommendation and coaching zone. Once again, we are available for all the organization and teams, but with different permits. We also work with every kind of team. It can be remote, agile or distributed, and with over 100 dimensions, team dimensions. And guess what? We are also reliable. Our methodology has been validated by the CCL, and it's a company that is top ranked worldwide by the Financial Times. We have several patents under registration in the US, and we have been trusted by all industries and fields. Also, our users answer from 14 countries. Are you ready to save billions of dollars? Okay, our results are crystal clear. TeamEQ helps your organization increasing team performance and leadership. 97% of our users say we're extremely easy to use. We've won awards all over the world because of our uniqueness approach in team measurement. Our team is very diverse and international. We are very distributed in cities, but we do have the new headquarters in Asturias. Our founders, including our CEO, Francesca Gavetti, have more than 40 years of experience accumulated all together. We also count with the expertise of several advisors and investors that are experts in AI, HR, and business scaling. Our business model is a SaaS based on the number of teams. We are the only one that is not based on individuals, but on teams. And our MRR has doubled during the pandemic. And not only that, but we have more than 500,000 active offers in our funnel. SDG is our DNA. We care about it. We've actually won a global prize at the Mobile World Congress about diversity and inclusion. Now, we are having current funding needs where we need to achieve the next step and scale up. And for this, we need 3.5 million euros to get to this together. The time is now, and let's win together. Thank you very much, all of us. And please do not hesitate in approaching myself or my CEO, Francesca Gavetti.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sourcing parts is a nightmare for every manufacturer all over the world. They lack manufacturing flexibility and spend millions waiting for quotations. Hi, I'm Mariel Diaz, CEO and founder of Triditive, and we are developing the fastest cloud manufacturing platform for manufacturers to produce parts on demand and scale production in one click. On our cloud manufacturing platform, manufacturers can easily upload their parts, get instant quotes, trace their parts, and know exactly what kind of products they are producing have end-to-end traceability, and have online production planning. We empower our customers to produce parts on demand in fast as 1 day. We have proved we reduce the cost of part production by 10x. Our competitive advantage is price, speed, flexibility, and scalability. And we prove we reduce by 10x the cost of parts production. In order to scale on-demand production, we have developed a proprietary automated 3D printing technology based on advanced robotics. As you can see in the picture, this is our 20,000 square foot factory in Spain, where we produce parts on demand with the machines we manufacture. Actually, this is the first machine certificate for use on defense. Our business model goes in 3 different ways. So on one side, we sell our EVAN software. Our customers pay a monthly fee of $600 a month to have their digital inventory and manage all the parts they need to produce. What we do is to move the physical inventories to the digital warehouse, so they can have those parts ready to be produced whenever they need to produce. On the other side, we also provide on-demand production. In this case, customers pay $50 per hour for the use of the machine. That means if you need to manufacture any product, I put my machines and you produce on my machines in my factory. And on the other side, we have the enterprise solution. In this case, if you need the machine plus the software at your facilities, we install the whole solution at your facilities. So you don't have to share that information. So why is this important? We are super focused right now on the spare parts and tooling market, which is a growing market and is expected to be a $400 billion market. But if we are able to have at least 10K customers, 10K paying customers on the online platform, we will be making at least 72 million revenue a year. On top of that, if we offer on-demand manufacturing, we will have at least $70 million revenue a year. We have raised over $2.5 million investment from large corporates and VCs. As you can see, we are a Techstars company, and we have also committed large corporates investing in our company. We have digitalized over 20,000 parts for industrial applications. We have become the manufacturing reference for large corporates, as you can see in the logos on the background. And also, we have produced over 30,000 parts for industrial applications at our facilities. Actually, we started commercializing our product last year, and we increased 4x revenue. I have to say also, we already have over $1 million in quotations for large customers only this year. That means plus 7x growth only this year. So for the timeline of Triditive, we incorporated the company as an spin-off of the School of Engineers of the University of Oviedo in Spain, in Asturias. And quickly, we started raising funds to develop our robotics solution. Actually, in 2017, we raised our pre-seed round from business angels, and we started developing the robotics solution. Finally, in 2018, we finally launched our first MVP in Asturias, and finally, we took the solution to Germany, and we were selected as one of the key emerging technologies in Frankfurt for this technology, which was great and amazing because that allows us to really scale super fast. In 2019, we got into Techstars, one of the most important venture capital of the world. Actually, we went to Connecticut and we incorporated the company in Delaware. We started having the first installations. Our first customers of the machines became the Army of Spain. Also, and finally last year, in 2020, we were able to close our pre-seed round, our seed round, of $1.8 million, bringing raising $2 million. Now I'm happy to share that we are raising $4 million. Out of that, we have already 2.5 committed, and $1 million from one of the largest corporates in the world, which is Foxconn. Probably you know the company from the iPhone, the Mac, or those kind of products. And thank you so much.
Thank you again for your attendance. Okay. And of course, you are all invited to visit us in our stand, Start in Asturias, if you want to discuss further about our initiative to meet one of the startups in person. So thanks again, and enjoy South Summit. Okay. Bye.
Ahora, hola.
Hola, hola.
Hola, hola. Hola. Ay, cuidado. There we go. There we go, people. Gracias.
Gracias.
Estupendo, estupendo, gracias. Thank you. No, no, I'm sure it's okay. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. Sí.
¿Cómo pasamos las presentaciones?
Lovely. Right, this is from... Hola, hola. Sí, ya, me escucho, ¿no?
Sí.
Bueno. Thank you. Awesome audience that we have tonight. This is a lovely, lovely venue. Thank you for the invitation to South Summit. We're really grateful for you being here. I wanted to share a story with you before we begin. So many years ago, when I used to work in Washington, I had a couple of workshops on many topics, from dark web, misinformation, etc. And the facilitator, who is now a friend of mine, and he runs an intelligence business based in Switzerland, he shared with us that his first job was in a factory assembling boxes. And by the end of a couple of weeks, he and his co-workers started to notice that he didn't have cuts in their hands, because most of the co-workers would cut their hands after handling the cardboard. So it was a mystery. It was like, how come this new guy doesn't get the cuts? What's the difference? And he said, maybe it's because of the manual. Have you read the instructions? And everybody was like, the instructions? What kind of instructions? And he said, well, when you join the company, they give you the materials, and with the materials, there's a manual of instructions saying the first thing, put on your gloves. So put on your gloves, and that's what it takes not to get cuts, that's what it takes to build good boxes, and you're good to go, to prevent harm. So the story, what it captures is that to create good things, to create incredible things, you need a method. There's a method to the madness. And the framework that we're sharing here is a framework that would allow you to develop relevant and really good AI-based products. So my name is Cesar Rosales. I am coordinator at the FAIRLAC initiative from the Inter-American Development Bank. And this is Mara Balestrini. Thank you, Mara.
Hi, thank you so much for inviting us. I'm Mara Balestrini, and today, if I may, we'd like to present some of the work that we're doing in the context of the FAIRLAC initiative. This is an initiative that's put forward by the Inter-American Development Bank, in particular the IDB Lab, which is the laboratory, the innovation laboratory of the IDB. What we do is we test innovative solutions, and we support the development of innovative systems. We provide financing, knowledge, and connections to nurture and support the entrepreneurial ecosystem in Latin America and the Caribbean. And we want companies and startups to stay ahead of the curve. In the context of the IDB Lab, we have a number of different initiatives aimed at supporting entrepreneurs and the development of technologies. And one of those is the FAIRLAC initiative. FAIRLAC aims to support the development of fair artificial intelligence products. And this is very important for us because as investors, we need to ensure that we support companies that will not have a negative impact on society, on the environment. So FAIRLAC is aimed at supporting frameworks and tools that entrepreneurs can incorporate so that they can develop solutions that use artificial intelligence to have a positive impact while mitigating the negative effects, such as bias, discrimination, etc. And on the other hand, we use these same ethical principles to help investors make good decisions when it comes to supporting, to financing these solutions. So today we want to share with you a framework that is will soon be online in October. And this is, we call it the entrepreneurial journey. And it's a framework that helps entrepreneurs to embed ethical principles in the development of their solutions. And it does this by asking questions that while entrepreneurs answer the questions, they reflect on the development of their solutions, and then they include best practice in the development.
Thank you. So as you can see here, we have 3 lenses. The first one is solution, system, and society. So we look at the product from the perspective of each of these 3 lenses. So the content of the first one, solution, this is composed mainly by 3 things: concept and design, governance, and security. So what we want to make sure with this first initial lens is to review the product in terms of ethical alignment. So we want to make sure that you identify clear trade-offs of your solution. So for example, maybe you're working on a solution that aims at preventing financial fraud. No? Maybe you're doing that. To do it, sometimes you need to identify a clear trade-off, which is privacy versus security. Maybe you need a lot of information in order for your solution to be solid. Or maybe you cannot be super transparent with your solution because then the bad guys would know what's the engineering behind so that they can work it around. So it's important to start thinking about this in a very well-structured manner. So this is what we do in this initial aspect. And here are some of the instructions that we use very simply to start identifying all of these gaps. So as I told you, the idea here is to have an analytical way of reviewing what you do so that you can develop robust, trustworthy products and mitigate risks. Then we have an example here of a company in Mexico that has gone through this process. It is a company in a very early stage, but after conducting this process, they were able to provide 3 things to angel investors. First of all, an action plan so that they would convey the message that they are a well-structured company, that they are trustworthy, and that they have conscience of these ethical harms that they might have in the ecosystem. So they were able to receive angel investment precisely because of these aspects. And then we have the next lens.
A second lens that is covered by this tool takes into account 2 elements that are crucial to the system that is created. One is the role of the human involvement in the design of the tool. And the second is the life cycle, what we call artificial intelligence life cycle, which is the aspects pertaining to the data and the algorithms. So the human aspects have to do with how you design the system in a way that it either augments human capacity, it considers how to improve decision making rather than completely replace the human. That means we support the development of tools that increase human awareness and capacity rather than totally replace the human, such as in automation systems. And the set of questions that are comprised in the systems lens ask things regarding also the data that you use. How much do you know the data that your system is using? Is it of the right type? Do you have enough data? Do you have data integrity? Are you looking at privacy issues? Are you handling data in a way that is safe for users and for people? Also, are your data systems interoperable? Have you taken into account cybersecurity issues? We see that a lot of the times entrepreneurs are so focused in the development of their solution that they overlook these issues. But they are of paramount importance, and more investors will be looking at how much care it is put into the treatment of data in order to make an investment decision. And the other aspect regards the type of algorithms that you use. Our tool helps you assess whether the algorithm that you're using, whether you're checking that no bias is involved in your solution. It can be statistical, cognitive bias, cultural bias, that you look into error and noise, that you look into discrimination and exclusion as well. And other aspects that are covered in this part of the tool are those pertaining to the human-computer interaction aspects. For example, whether the system provides feedback for users or is designed in a way that the user understands why the system is providing an answer, how it came up with that answer, so that's what we call explainability or interpretability, and also, for example, whether it supports the human in making decisions. We want to avoid what is known as black box algorithms or black box artificial intelligence, where the system will put forward an answer, but we have, as humans, no way of assessing whether that answer is correct or maybe wrong or biased in any way. Some guiding questions regarding the system part of our tool are how well you know your data, why are you using a specific algorithm, if you consider the impact that your system may have, and whether you are aware of any trade-offs that you may be part of your system. For example, you increase in order to have a much more customized system, you collect more data, which somehow poses a risk onto the management of personal data, or you can develop a system that surveils on people just because you want to have enough data to make it more useful or more engaging. So ethical issues always tend to come in the form of trade-offs, and we want to help entrepreneurs think of all these trade-offs with this tool. An example of, I'm going to just share one example. We worked with a company that develops a system. It's called Portal Telemedicina, and it develops a health tech system to help, this is from Brazil, and it helps doctors assess X-rays. And a key component here is that after going through the process with us of the using the self-assessment tool, they realized that they could improve the user interface to provide doctors who use the system with a more clear, let's see if I can use the light. Yes, you see there. Would provide a score that would help the doctors see how accurate the recommendation provided by the system was. This is very important because it helps the doctor make the right decision, or either take on board the suggestion provided by the system or completely disregard it if the percentage of accuracy is low. This is a way in which you can use explainability or better user interface design to support human decision making rather than completely try to replace the doctor's decision making. And the final lens.
Finally, last but not least, we look at society, sociedad, which is translated there. So this is very important for us because the mandate of the bank is a development organization in the Americas. So it's very important for us to make sure that when deploying technology into any market or ecosystem, we do not create further gaps in terms of inequality or any other structural bias into the society. So this is really important for us. There are a couple of things that we look at here, but really what we see is that there are very simple questions that would allow you to start structuring the improvement of your product in these terms. So first of all, would you use the system? What you make, would you use it honestly to yourselves? I mean, this is easy and difficult to answer. If not, why? What are the aspects that need further improvement so that you would use it? Who benefits from your solutions? So most of the time, these kind of solutions, they benefit the startup, the founders, the users. But there is another question: who is affected by your solution? And so this is key because sometimes there are some segments of the population that are being affected by the solution. They are being excluded. So, for example, in fintech, in the fintech field, sometimes when using credit scoring, it's easy to affect women that do not have any credit background and these kind of issues. And does it matter? Does it matter to leave segments of the population outside? Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. It depends on your solution, but this is something you need to ask. So we're not here to say what is right or wrong, but at least to provide you with a framework that would allow you to make the right decisions. This is an example of a company in Mexico. It was very interesting because they work with governments. And so what they did is to offer them advice on what to expect on artificial intelligence being used and deployed in the public sector. No? So they usually encounter difficult requests by governments that they need to manage so that at least the deployment of this kind of technology do not create any kind of harm. So it's been interesting to look at these examples. After using the web tool, this is what you get. You get a report, a to-do list on what are the recommendations, low-hanging fruits, so that you can start this process. This is an iterative process, and I think I'm overstepping to you.
So basically, to wrap up, as part of the Fairlac initiative, we have created this tool. We call it the S3 framework, or entrepreneurial journey, that guides entrepreneurs through a set of questions, including the solution, the system, and society, that allow them to assess how much they are considering ethical issues in the development of their system. And it allows them also to receive recommendations to improve their solutions, to make them better, stronger, have a more positive impact in society, and at the same time gain the possibility to receive better assessment from the side of investors who look at these issues. So this tool will be online, open for anybody to be used on the 26th of October. And what are the benefits of using this tool? Apart from what we just explained, you will be able to log in and use the tool you will be able to record your results and get a list of recommendations to improve your solution. And you will be able to run the assessment as many times as you want to see how you are evolving with time as you apply the recommendations. And you will be able to see how you achieve better results. But also, as more entrepreneurs use this tool, you will be able to compare your results with others who are doing similar things than you, who have a company that is working in the same vertical or have similar characteristics. And last but not least, by sharing your contact information through this list, you will be able to have access to other FAIRLAC services, such as invitations to events, invitations to our acceleration programs, or to actually have some form of interaction with the investment side of the bank, who considers these sort of companies and AI solutions for further support. So you can scan this code and be in touch with us, or you can follow us in social media, and we'll be delighted to offer more information on the tool, the framework, the initiative, and the work that we are doing with entrepreneurs in Latin America and the Caribbean, but also across the world, because FAIRLAC is establishing hubs. We already have 5 hubs in Latin America and the Caribbean, but we're always open for collaborations to extend the network and ensure that more entrepreneurs have access to the framework and the tools that we are developing. So thank you very much.
Thank you. You've been terrific, audience. Thank you, Jesus.
What a terrific.
Thank you.